And a good evening, everybody. I'm Chief Meteorologist Jerry Martz.
And I'm meteorologist Aaron White, and we're tracking a lot of storms here today.
We're back.
We're back.
We had a very active afternoon, thousands without power across central Ohio, and unfortunately we're not done with the severe weather or the potentially severe weather between now and about 9 o'clock, Aaron. We came on at 2 o'clock, we did a lot of coverage. We were on 10 TV Plus and then on 10 TV during 5 and 6. And most of that active weather moving out, but there's a lot of reinforcements coming back.
Yeah, and it's been interesting watching how these storms have been evolving. I was tracking them during the noon show here earlier today, watching that complex moving in from Indiana, tracking it moving into the Columbus metro around 2:30, and then continuing on. And what was interesting, we were watching this after it kind of passed by, how it really strengthened. I mean,
it did. Yeah.
It got wild in far eastern Ohio around Cambridge. We had some wind damage, some winds up to 70 miles per hour, and even around Pittsburgh over 80.
So if you thought it was bad here,
Yeah.
it was worse to the east. And what we're watching right now, and we're going to track it for you, talk about the radar and where things are at. We're going to take a quick look back and then bring you up to speed and look ahead. But we want to have a reminder for you if you're watching us on Facebook. You can always just add a comment. No need to direct message, just add a comment. On YouTube, you have to add a comment or text. You see that number at the bottom of your screen. That comes right to us, literally on the screen right here. So if you send us a question or a comment or a concern, we're going to hopefully answer that. We might get a bunch of the same and kind of group them together, but that number is 614-460-3345. That's not a phone. Don't call it. Text that number,
Yes.
and then we'll answer your question. So we're going to plan on being on for about 20 or 30 minutes, just an opportunity to bring you up to speed and tell you what's ahead. But as promised, before we look ahead, we want to take a quick look back. And I don't know if we broke any records, but something actually was quite interesting to be said about those storms earlier today. Yeah,
it really was. So we had this whole complex of storms moving through. And by definition, we can call it what's known as a derecho. So basically it's a long-lived windstorm that produces severe winds over 58 miles per hour, but covers a path of about 240 miles. So let's dive into that here. So I'm going to go ahead and advance just to the next graphic here.
Sure.
So again, we're looking at the radar picture. So if we can take this over to the chroma key. So looking at this here on the radar picture. So we're looking back over the last 12 hours. So notice that complex moving across the state of Ohio, again, starting with some wind reports of 58 mile per hour wind reports in far eastern Indiana, so just southeast of Indianapolis there. So here's a look at it going there. There's all the reports, and notice they're continuing all the way through central Ohio, moving further to the east across eastern Ohio, and that's where it really ramped up with winds gusting over 70, and there were reports, at least indications of winds gusting over 80 miles per hour as that complex of storms was building to the east. So again, by the definition, so as we advance that, there we go. So what I want to show here is just the overall path. So we're going to draw this out if we can actually get it to go there. Yeah, maybe it doesn't want to go. But basically this is covering 200.
Let me see if your magic track is on.
Is it
Let's
not
get
on?
you into we might have to take a step back before we move forward, Aaron, but you should be good to go. So just advance to that.
Go back one, and then we'll go to that.
Yep.
All right. So there's again the radar picture. So here's that satellite and radar showing everything moving across the state. So they get 12 hours here. We are at 10 a.m. Really getting its act together, as it moved from Indiana into Ohio and now moving through Pennsylvania. So this is what we're looking at, and it's a pretty large swath of wind reports. So every time you see that tree, wind damage, trees knocked down, some power lines down, these other reports indicate winds gusting over 58 miles per hour, and that's what we need. By definition from the National Weather Service, a derecho is a long-lived windstorm with winds gusting at least 58 miles per hour for a large swath of at least 240 miles. So if we started here, just northwest of Cincinnati, drawing out all the way out, there, we're over 200. We're getting closer to 300 miles of the overall path length. So a pretty substantial wind threat that we had here today, and it's not over because we are still tracking more thunderstorms building in from the south and west. Here on the radar picture, you can see them not too far away from Columbus, but nothing severe, at least with that storm there near London. but it all does bear watching here this evening.
It does. And we've got a couple of viewer questions, specifically Canal Winchester, Upper Arlington, Asheville, and is there a chance for tornadoes? The threats for this particular line of thunderstorms, not unlike their predecessors earlier today. I don't think we'll see that long-lived derecho that we had earlier, but we've seen reports of some pea-sized hail from the storms. We've seen reports of 60-mile-an-hour winds in some of those storms. So we're going to watch and track those for you, and we'll kind of time those out for you coming up in the next couple of minutes. But please keep those questions coming. We'll also check on the Facebook page and be back in a moment. But as Aaron said, one of the things we're watching, and I'm going to go over and begin to track some of these storms for you. As Aaron said, a lot of these storms are beginning to cycle and kind of re-energize after what was a little bit of a lull earlier this afternoon and this evening. Most notably, again, Delaware, Marion, Johnstown, Newark, Pataskala, you're fine. To the west, we're seeing some gusty storms and some smaller cells. And then further off toward the southwest, we're going to kind of watch this and move on through. That does show to the southwest, kind of down 71. We're looking at that area of active weather then really lighting up southwest of Fayette County toward Wilmington, right where the radar site is. That'll be the second time today that they've had severe thunderstorms in and around Clinton County. Further off toward the south, we do see a few of those thunderstorms kind of clustering together. And again, this is right along the Ohio River, just southwest of Waverly and Bainbridge and Chillicothe in Ross County. So that's kind of the pockets that we're looking at right now. We're going to expand this for you just a bit, and we'll put a track on some of the storms. One other thing to keep in mind, these storms are moving at a much slower speed than the earlier ones today. Earlier today, those storms were moving at about 60 or 70 miles an hour in some cases. These storms moving at about 35 miles an hour. So we'll begin to track those in and watch them. At this time, there is only one thunderstorm warning that we're watching. That is, again, southwest of Fayette County, right near Wilmington. But there's other clusters of thunderstorms that might mean business. So we're going to track a few of those cells and just let you know what's coming in the event that they will be disruptive. Again, not necessarily severe, just kind of an inconvenience for many of us the second time today. So this particular cell that is moving just north of London, that's moving at about 35 miles an hour. So that's going to be in the following locations. Plain City, 7:38, that's about a half hour. Hilliard, 7:45. Dublin, 7:50. Powell at 7:56, Worthington about 7:58, and then again we're extending out beyond that cone around Minerva Park at 8:05. The other cell we're watching further off toward the south, we'll put a track on this one for you. Again, moving at about the same speed at about 35 miles an hour. So that's London at 7:34, West Jeff 7:50, Alton at 7:59, and Hilliard in a little less than an hour's time. And then we're going to actually move this particular item and just really watch as we go to cell. This particular cell, again, just southwest of the W there in Washington Courthouse. Jeffersonville, 7:24, Mount Sterling, 7:52, Lily Chapel and Harrisburg at 8:03. And then further off toward the south, we're also looking again at that cell just literally on top of the radar site. That is moving toward Washington Courthouse at 7:40, so you got about 22 minutes, excuse me. Bloomington, 7:18. Bloomingburg, 7:46, New Holland and Mount Sterling, 7:56 and 8:03. So that's a quick track on some of those cells moving in. The worst one that I'm watching, just for appearance sake right now, that is still south and west of that site, and that would be just barely into Fayette County at around 8:06. So we're again passing by a little more than an hour's time. So that's a quick rundown of those cells that are closest. This time there's only one severe thunderstorm warning. The other thing we're going to take a look at momentarily is the opportunity for some hail in these storms. So that's something that we had watched earlier in the day, and that's something we might see in a few of those little pockets. Earlier again, these thunderstorms were in southern Indiana and southwestern parts of Ohio and had produced a little bit of hail. So we're going to look at those right now and begin to see if any of those items might be producing a little bit of hail. So we're going to literally peer inside and kind of dissect those thunderstorms. So that actually is somewhat discouraging, meaning that we have those different colors kind of ramping up like a jawbreaker. That shows between Urbana and Springfield, kind of right along the county line. That looks like it's likely producing some hail. Further off toward the south, South Charleston, and then getting near Xenia, and then off toward the southwest near Bowersville. Putting a strain on the knees right now, but that also might be producing some hail. And then around Bell Fountain, not likely. And then again, the only real one we're watching is that particular cell there. So just to kind of bring you up to speed of what we're thinking about and what we're watching this evening, the threats still remain the same. And we're looking at the primary threats being from these particular storms, the potential for wind, number one, hail, number two, Heavy rain 3 and tornadoes not out of the question from these particular storms. Aaron?
Thanks, Jerry. And as we are watching these storms making their way through, just looking at some of the questions that we're getting in here, asking about if the storms are going to be hitting how soon for London. And as we look at the radar picture here, I'm going to move it over just a little bit more, just so you can kind of see it there. Really not too far away from London here at the present time. So I'd say about another 5, maybe 10 minutes. I would say closer to 5 minutes for some heavy rain, maybe some small hail. If there's any hail with that storm, it might be up to maybe the size of a dime, but it doesn't look like it's going to be producing any significant hail. There's no severe thunderstorm warning on it, so that's definitely some good news. And as we continue to track these building to the east, as they are moving east basically along Interstate 70, kind of splitting the interstate, at least right now, with these two separate cells, moving over South Vienna and over towards London. Eventually, they're going to be moving into the upper Arlington area, into the Columbus metro. So some heavy downpours, maybe some small hail, some gusty winds. But right now, it doesn't look like we're at least seeing any severe weather here with this part of this kind of complex of storms. There's a lot of storms around, but these ones, at least that you're looking at here on the radar picture, are not severe. So upper Arlington getting closer. It's about 7:11 right now. So I would say in the next 30 minutes or so, we might see some of that building in. But at least some of these pockets of other cells starting to work their way into the Columbus metro. We're going to have to kind of watch that and see how they play out. But I don't think those ones are at least going to be severe. Looking at some other questions again, if you're just joining us right now here, we've been on for just a little bit over 10 minutes now. You can ask any questions that you have about the storms that we're tracking here this evening. If you're watching us on Facebook, again, drop a comment in the comments section here on this Facebook Live. Also, if you're watching us, you can see there just at the bottom of your screen, there's a number that you can text. If you have a question about anything, or even if you have a storm photo that you want to share with us, you can always send it there with that number. Just send it on your phone to 614-460-3345, and we will be getting them right here to answer all of your questions. And let's see, we got another one when the system will hit the metro. I would say in the next 45 minutes or so. It looks like it. I mean, it's not too far away right now. Again, these storms are not severe, so we're not going to have to worry too much about this. But some heavy downpours into the Columbus metro, not out of the question. Some small hail, some gusty winds. But if we zoom things out, you can see the main severe threat, at least for the time being. If things change, that certainly can happen. But notice these storms stretching from the Wilmington area back down towards Cincinnati. Those are the ones that have the severe thunderstorm warnings here at the present time. And as looking at the radar picture here right now, at least just looking at it, how everything's stacked, I don't see these cells here that we're watching further to the north around London and even further to the north and west becoming severe. They haven't really been doing so over the last several minutes. As we kind of put this back in motion, you'll notice actually like right there, the one west of London was looking intense. Notice there's a little bit of pink there showing up there. And then as time went on, started to weaken a little bit. So maybe that's the trend that we're seeing, at least with the northern extent of these thunderstorms.
And it's worth mentioning that we're still under a severe thunderstorm watch for parts of the viewing area, and kind of expanding that view just a bit. We'll look at some of those reports of some hail and other stuff going on. Please send us your questions. You can just put a comment on our Facebook page on 10 TV or to the phone number 614-460-3345, and we'll get those right into the Weather Center and hopefully do what we can to either allay your fears or allow you to get ready or just keep you and your family safe. Right now, again, we're looking at those areas shaded in that pink color for that severe thunderstorm watch. It's not in Columbus and it's not necessarily points off toward the north and west, but if we expand this perspective just a bit to go across the entire state, clearly see those areas that are still impacted. That would be down toward Fairfield County, Pickaway County, Hocking County, all the way west and all the way south. This actually goes until midnight tonight. I'd be shocked if it goes past 9:30 or 10 o'clock, to be honest with you, but just keep your guard up. And for some perspective, Earlier, there was a severe thunderstorm watch that went till 7 o'clock. They took that one down and kind of added another one, so kind of a little bit of give and take, but clearly the focus for disruptively and possibly severe storms will be in the southwestern corner of Ohio, bounded between State Route 23 going south to Piketon and then west on 70 just north of Dayton. So that's the area that we're watching. And again, just to give you a little bit of perspective. In terms of any warnings, there are none to speak of in the viewing area, but I want to zoom out for just a minute, and I'm glad I did, because you'll see, go back to the state view for a second, there's two things that we're looking at here. One are a couple of warnings that's just north of Wyandotte and Crawford County, and then one down near Cincinnati. I'm going to put the radar scan on for you, and the reason this is interesting is because we've watched and really been focused and laser focused on the area between Indianapolis and down toward Kentucky, Columbus, and Cincinnati for all that activity earlier today and again this evening. But we have a cold front working across the north, and that's where the interesting part comes in, because it's kind of putting the squeeze play on us in central Ohio. You do see a couple pockets there. This northern line barely extending south of the Lake Erie shore. And then we see this huge pocket in this cluster down to the south between Columbus and Cincinnati moving east. It's kind of tough to connect these dots, but there's the cold front kind of extending out all the way back toward north of Indianapolis. That literally is moving slowly south and doing so and meeting some resistance by these storms here. But what it will effectively do is just kind of push out those showers and storms in the next 2 or 3 hours. It will also kind of end the threat for strong to severe thunderstorms. It will have a stabilizing and, as the name implies, a cooling influence on our forecast tonight into tomorrow. I don't know about you, but it was pretty warm and a little bit humid this morning. That is not going to be the case tomorrow morning once that front slides by, but in doing so, we are seeing some disruptive weather there. You see those outlines with the orange. Those are thunderstorm warnings. So again, in terms of lightning flashes, probably a few dozen here, but as we focus really on the area just to the west and south of Columbus, we're going to zoom in there a little bit, because although they're not strong to severe thunderstorms, they certainly are a little on the disruptive side. So watching that lightning counter update. So just in with this frame, there's almost 120 flashes of lightning, and a good number of those coming in from that area just west of Plain City in London. Unfortunately, you're getting hit hard the second time today. This is a sub-severe thunderstorm, but if you're out and about, if you're trying to get something done, you don't care if it's severe or not. You just are going to upset that you're getting pelted again by those winds and the lightning and the rain and the hail. So putting a track on that for us, moving east at about 35 miles an hour. We'll just put a little bit of a line on there. We'll leave the lightning on to give you some perspective, and then move that east at about 35. And I do think we're going to capture this in Columbus. Columbus 806, so that is about 50 minutes away if I can do the quick math. London 728, West Jeff 741, Hilliard 751, Powell 804, Westerville 813, and then Airport by 8:15 p.m. We already had one ground stoppage earlier today. You might see another one from those particular storms. Another area that I'm watching just to the south of that, we will move southward, and this now toward Fayette County at this time. This storm is tracking to the east at about the same speed. Reports of some small hail and some lightning and some gusty winds and downpours, but at this point sub-severe as it's moving east. So we're looking at Jeffersonville 723, Washington Courthouse 733, Mount Sterling 750, and then Williamsport and Yellowbud between 802 and 811. Not near the speed. Unfortunately, Aaron, not necessarily the intensity of those storms we saw earlier today. That's a little bit of good news. We're not letting our guard down, but at this point, we see the downpours, some lightning, some wind, some small hail. Let's just keep it sub-severe, hopefully, for the next couple of hours.
Yeah, hopefully so. We don't really have to want to really deal with any more severe weather, because as we talked about earlier on, these storms have been pretty intense. Earlier today, that whole complex that, if you were watching us when we started here just at 7 p.m., we were watching this complex of storms all afternoon, really since even before noon. This complex of storms developing in Indiana, moving across the state of Ohio, and then now into Pennsylvania, round number 1 here today. That produced severe wind gusts, a lot of wind damage, trees, power lines knocked down. At one point, there were over 30,000 customers. I think it actually got up to near 50,000, if not higher, customers without power today across central Ohio because of just how many storms were rolling through, with some trees getting knocked down and some power lines getting knocked down. And of course, all the lightning that we saw with these storms that led to some power outages here today. So pretty intense earlier on. Still nothing to let your guard down here, as we are tracking these storms still making their way through the southwestern part of Ohio. And it does appear like we don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings, at least nearby at the present time. But these are still storms that could produce some heavy rainfall, some gusty winds, not out of the question, maybe up to near 30, 40 miles per hour. As we're watching all of this building in here for the, I would say, at least the next 45 minutes, getting closer to the Columbus metro. Going to be interesting to see how things play out in the next 45 minutes, because as we saw, even just last 30 minutes or so on the radar picture, the storms were kind of weakening a little bit. At least that cell around London, it was looking a little bit more impressive. Just about 30 minutes ago, there was a little bit more brighter colors, some brighter pinks shown up there around London. Not the case, at least right now. So that is at least some good news here for us in central Ohio. So still going to be watching it, still going to be watching to see how everything plays out here for, really the next half an hour or so.
Yeah, I'm normally an optimistic person, and I'll kind of extend that into our forecast for this evening in the sense that while we're not totally out of the woods, a lot of folks, as we just talked about, we're going to see some gusty thunderstorms, some small hail, some lightning. In many spots, the second time in about 5 or 6 hours, you just need a break. It looks like the worst weather, the strongest thunderstorms are down closer to the Ohio River, which would be the extreme southern tier of counties moving across Ohio. So just keep that in mind, that we're going to be on for another 10 minutes. If the weather takes a turn for the worse and heads back towards central Ohio in terms of severe, widespread storms, we're going to come back on and stay on as long as we need to. But we're just kind of give you an update right now, kind of tracking some of those things. And we saw that Derecho earlier, over 400 miles of wind and damage reports, all really cutting across the entire state.
Yeah, which is pretty remarkable to see, just how, really watching how that complex evolved. And even once we got into our noon show here today, seeing that storms in Indiana, they started getting warned for winds gusting up to 70 miles per hour. And then as they moved into Ohio, at one point, I kind of thought they were weakening a little bit, because we were not seeing those higher wind gusts around Dayton. And then they got to Columbus, but then after they got to the east, they really flared up once again. So it was kind of wild to watch just the progression of that windstorm. And thankfully, we're not dealing with that this second round. Yeah,
that's good. That's good to know. This is not quite as intense or as strong, or not really as organized, I would say. And I think we talked about that earlier after the 6 o'clock news, that this second line just didn't really have from the eye test as something that might really catch our attention. So still not to be dismissive of that. We're talking about some gusty storms, some hail, some wind, lightning, rain. Some spots just don't need any more, but they're going to get that this evening. So let's go ahead and maybe track that out and kind of talk about people. We're going to be on for another 8 minutes or so, and what people can expect.
And also, we're talking about these storms here today, but we have another round coming in as we get into Thursday. Another question that we were getting about the Thursday storms is should they be, should people be prepared? And I would say so. There is a low-end risk for severe weather right now from the Storm Prediction Center. It's a level 1 out of 5. So today we had a level 3 risk, so just kind of comparison. And it's hard to say exactly how things are going to play out, especially looking ahead to Thursday. But there is potential for some stronger thunderstorms. And could we see some severe weather? I would say it's possible, especially because it does appear like the Storm Prediction Center has been at least alluding to the potential that we could get an upgrade to maybe level 2. So we'll have to watch to see if that happens. So we are watching Thursday. We're, of course, watching. We're really focused on today. We were talking about, today and how things are going to play out, and then just briefly discussing what might be happening here for Thursday. But our attention has been focused, of course, on today.
Rightfully so. So I'm going to answer a few of these questions on Facebook here, and if you wanted to get in there and track a couple of the storms and maybe look for some small hail or some gusty winds. Talking about, wondering the same about Zanesville. Zanesville will probably be about 1.5 to 2 hours away. Chillicothe, you're going to be close to this next round of storm, but it's still about an hour to an hour and a half away. So go ahead and put a track on some of those, Aaron, and you've got weather 2 there, max 2.
Might have to be put in the...
Fire that up.
Okay, it is actually in play mode.
You're ready to, rock that. Go ahead.
All right, so we're watching these storms again. Right now, the severe weather, you can see, is focused here around the eastern part of Cincinnati. That's where we have the one lone severe thunderstorm warning here at the present time. Now, again, it doesn't mean that we're not going to see any more severe weather here over the course of the next short while, but it is something we're going to have to watch going through the next 30 to 45 minutes. So I'm going to move the map over here just a little bit more. Actually, let's go back to that here. So again, we're watching Columbus. We're not getting a lot of activity right now. What you're seeing here on the radar picture, so we're looking at all these different radar sites right now, and so there might be some sprinkles, but I would say that's just we're looking at some clouds kind of blowing off of the thunderstorms that are building into the west. So here's one of the storms that we're watching, this one again north of London at the time. That's going to have that potential for some heavy rainfall, maybe some small hail, and then all this really extending back to the south and west. But it does appear like the severe threat may just be staying a little bit further to our south here right now. So tracking this right now. So we're going to go ahead and just give you a little bit of an idea. If we're tracking this little cell moving off to the east here, so moving towards the Columbus metro, so that's going to put it into Dublin about 7:50. Ohio State University around 7:53, Grandview Heights 7:55, Columbus 8 o'clock, right on the dot, 8 o'clock. So we are about 35 minutes away from that cell moving into the heart of the metro and then into the over by the International Airport. We had that complex move through the airport and actually caused some flights to get held. They were into, of course, a holding pattern as the storm was progressing over the airport. So flights were not taken off or landing for at least a short time because those storms moved through pretty quickly earlier on. These storms are not going to be as intense, at least right now, but we will still have to watch that as it tracks closer to the John Glenn Columbus International Airport around 8:09, and then getting closer to New Albany around 8:17. So we're watching that storm. And I mean, you'll notice here, as we're right there, looking at a little bit of a pink showing up. So that's an indication of some heavier rainfall and potentially some small hail with that low core right north of London. And then, of course, we got a little bit more scattered activity as we look a little bit further to the south right now. So I'm going to move the map just a little bit so we can see what's happening down here. So again, stretching back towards the south and west. Again, some storm activity around the Washington courthouse and then back towards the south and west. Around Wilmington, we have some heavy rainfall right over the radar site there. But as mentioned, that severe threat right now is focused over the eastern side of the Cincinnati metro and further to the south and east. So I think this area here, this line, and it is possible this area right here could strengthen a little bit and see more of a gustier wind threat. And I think that's what's happening around Cincinnati. This whole line is potentially going to be warned for some winds gusting over 60 miles per hour. There is possibility, I think, because we have those brighter colors in there, that magenta, that pink showing up there around the eye in Cincinnati, that's an indication of maybe that hail threat as well, as these are tracking to the east at a pretty good clip as well. I think these were being warned for, is it 45?
45, but those ones with the black boundary are rotating too. And that's a little bit of a concern, yeah.
Yeah, actually the National Weather Service did notice something on the terminal radar just south of Cincinnati, that there was a little bit of a rotation trying to show up. So it's not there's no tornado warning right now, but it's sort of a precursor to a potential tornado warning. If the rotation continues, it's something that we have to watch. But not necessarily strong enough, or it hasn't been around long enough for it to be a tornado warning. But definitely something we're going to be watching here as that tracks to the east and could eventually affect some of our southern counties here around Waverly and even towards the Jackson area, because all these storms are going to be continuing off to the east here over the next couple of hours. That, as mentioned, that severe thunderstorm watch is in effect until midnight for some locations. And Jerry, we talked about this, not likely going to see that threat continue all the way till midnight, but we're going to be watching it.
We are going to be watching, most concerned about just some gusty thunderstorms headed toward areas around Delaware, Columbus, and down towards Circleville between now and about 8:30. At this time, there are no severe thunderstorm warnings for central Ohio. We're watching that line to the south, which is close to Cincinnati, which might clip Ross and Pike County. That's of most immediate concern, but that's still about 30 or 60 minutes out. And if we need to jump back in, we'll let you know. We'll give you a heads up on 10 TV Plus. And if things really go south, then we'll be back on 10 TV and 10 TV Plus in order to keep you and your family safe and do what you need to do to make it through this storm.
Yeah, and hopefully, as it stands right now, just kind of looking at the radar picture, it seems like, at least locally around here, maybe we're dodging everything for
dodging
tonight.
it. And we talked earlier, and it was speculation a couple hours ago, that if that initial round with the derecho
Yeah.
would kind of suppress the severity of these particular storms. It looks like that's happening. We're about an hour away from sunset. We didn't recover as much as some areas in southwestern Ohio or Indiana did with a lot of sunshine.
Yeah.
So it might have been too little too late, which is just fine. But if things, again, do take a turn for the worse, we will be back on 10 TV and 10 TV Plus to keep you ahead of the storm. And worth noting, we're going to be on again tonight with 11 o'clock with an update. Looking pretty good for tomorrow, but we're also tracking the potential for storms, possibly another weather impact alert day for Thursday.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. I was looking at some of the projections and showing some storms that could be a little bit on the stronger side here for Thursday, so we'll be watching that.
We'll be watching that. We'll see you tonight at 11 o'clock, if not before. And a good Tuesday evening, everybody. I'm Chief Meteorologist Jerry Martz.
And I'm meteorologist Aaron White, and we are still tracking some storms, but thankfully not as widespread of severe weather like we had earlier today.
Mercifully, that
Yeah.
was a rough patch of weather across the entire state in a pretty short period of time. Some of those thunderstorms moving at 60, 65 miles an hour. And you started
Yeah.
tracking them on Sunday, not the actual storms, but the possibility
Yep.
with that 10 weather impact alert. We have a little more time left on that this evening.
Yeah, and we are still even looking ahead to potential for maybe another alert as we go into Thursday,
Yep.
watching out how everything's going to play out that day. But really watching the progression starting even on Sunday morning, and then watching how things were evolving for today, even yesterday, and then especially this morning, how things were going to play out with that these two rounds of storms. The first one, if it was going to take more energy, and then how these other ones were going to evolve, and now we're seeing that here this evening.
And don't forget that cold front coming through either. We'll talk about
Yeah.
that a bit more too. But before we get to tracking what's happening at the moment, take a quick look back and then get you up to speed. We're going to stay on for about 14 minutes. Not a ton of time, but enough to bring you up to speed. Talk about what happened today, what to expect for this evening. And we're still taking your comments on Facebook or your text messages on our text line, 614-460-3345. So we experienced a derecho today.
Yeah, so kind of interesting thing to talk about. It's a word that you may not hear that often, but basically it's a windstorm, and that's what we had here today. And something of interest that we're going to talk about here is just how this really encompassed across Ohio and into parts of Pennsylvania. And actually starting off, if we can switch back to Weather 2. Actually, if we can switch to Weather 2, we can show this here quickly just to show what actually happened across the state. So watch this. This is the last 12 hours. You're going to see that complex moving across the state of Ohio. And all those reports, those are wind reports, those are trees down, power lines down, in addition to some high winds gusting over 58 miles per hour. Again, it tracked across the entire state. And because it was such a large path, and really I'm going to put just a measurement of how far of an area it covered. Notice this, we're talking about over 300 miles that this covered. So by definition, a derecho is a long-lived windstorm that has winds of over 58 miles per hour, producing damage and widespread winds, and covering a path of at least 240 miles. So because it covered more than 300 and actually probably closer to 400 miles here, tracking from eastern Indiana through central Ohio and into Pennsylvania, it can be classified as a derecho. So just something interesting. It's just a weather terminology that gets thrown out here and there when we have these big windstorms, not just here across Ohio, but other parts of the Midwest and even to the southern part of the U.S. We have seen them over the last several years. Some of them are more intense. There have been some very intense windstorms that actually happened back in August of 2020 across Iowa that actually had some severe winds over 100 miles per hour. Cedar Rapids, Iowa, it was a big derecho. So this one not as intense, thankfully, but still something of interest.
And that the gusty winds, the main culprit with those earlier storms. A lot of folks still without power. It looks like the trending toward weakening storms this evening, cooler weather, so you probably can get by without the air conditioning for tomorrow.
Which is good.
Or the fans, because Mother Nature will take care of that for you. But I'm going to track what's happening right now. We're still not totally out of the woods, and give Aaron a chance to check in our Facebook and maybe our text messages to see some of those questions coming in. But right now we have no severe thunderstorm watches, and at the moment no severe thunderstorm warnings, and that is good news. However, we're still tracking a couple of gusty showers and some downpours stretching from Marion, Delaware, back to Marysville. Columbus, we had a couple rumbles of thunder outside of our studios a little while ago, and then much more active weather and a little more ominous thunderstorm south of Laurelville down toward Chillicothe. So we're going to track those for you and put a little bit more information on the screen as we go through the next couple of hours. That's really looking at the area we're watching right now. Just make sure that I can drop those down again. Can get those areas. We're looking at the cluster, Marion, Columbus, down toward Chillicothe. Behind that, just plain rain, and that is good news as we look at the conditions across central Ohio for us improving. Downtown right now looking rather cloudy. Temperatures are still in the 70s, so it looks again like we're looking pretty good compared to where we've been. That thunderstorm was one that just passed by. Aaron, if you could do me a favor and just kind of pop into the severe weather show and give me a little kickstart there, that would be appreciated so I can get folks back up to speed on the severe weather and the thunderstorms, I should say. Not looking at widespread severe weather, just looking at a few of those storms again.
Yeah, just
kind of dotting. Yeah.
Let me put that into, there we go. It
Thank
should be
you.
loading up
Thank
right
you.
now.
You got a lot of buttons on this thing. Just got to keep them. We do this for quite a while.
Hey, you gotta love it, right?
Got to keep them straight, right? So again, just recentering and refocusing on those thunderstorms. Some gusty winds east of Marion, gusty winds south of Delaware, back toward Marysville. Some small hail possible there around Magnetic Springs, for example. The cluster of showers we're watching around Franklin County, just showers. I had a rumble of thunder earlier. That's moving to the east. And again, we're watching those gusty storms down to the south around Circleville and down around Chillicothe. So we're going to take a little bit of a radar tour, as we've done a couple of times this evening, just focusing on a few of those areas where we're watching right now. Northwest of Mount Gilead, just east of Marion, well north of Ashley, there's Route 42, and west of Chesterville and south of Galion. Again, that little thunderstorm, you get a little bit of red and some pink just north of Mount Gilead. Further off toward the south, then we're going to move to this thunderstorm that is just north of Delaware. At this time, reiterating, we're just bringing you up to speed. There are no severe thunderstorm warnings right now. Some of these losing a little bit of their punch, but still the possibility of some hail west of Delaware, west and north of Ostrander, and then back toward areas around Blues Creek, north of Marysville. Further off toward the south, some showers, good rain around Unionville Center, Dublin, and Westerville. Then further off to the south, just plain showers and storms. And bear with me a second, some downpours around Darbyville and around Asheville. Then you see this little cluster here just south of Chillicothe and Huntington. Not severe at this time, but this is catching our attention as something that might have a little bit of hail with that. So let's take a quick look and see if that hail is something that might be showing up in our hail scope this evening. That is what we're looking for here is a difference in colors. Mentioned earlier, kind of a jawbreaker approach where those changing colors go from blue to the different blue to the light green to yellow. Not a guarantee, but we've seen a few of these, and there have been reports of pea to dime or nickel-sized hail from some of these, and that's a possibility right now, mainly focusing on the area just south of Chillicothe toward Huntington and north of Waverly this evening. So kick it back over to Aaron to see if you're hearing anything from our friends out on Facebook or on that text line, Aaron. Some questions coming back in about maybe things are going to wind down.
Yeah, so just one of the questions I was looking at is if they should be worried about the storm in any storms in Grove City. And I really don't think, I mean, looking at the radar picture, the storms are well south of the Columbus Metro. I know there's that storm north around Marysville and Delaware that's a little bit stronger, maybe some smaller hail with that one. But I think for Grove City, should be okay here for, really for tonight as we're tracking a lot of the stronger activity moving further to the south, of course, as we look at the radar picture. Again, as Jerry mentioned, those storms further south, maybe producing some hail, especially where we have some of that brighter pink showing up there just south of Chillicothe. That'll be something we'll have to watch between Chillicothe and Waverly right now and seeing if that produces any hail. That would be one storm that maybe could still become severe here this evening. The chances of that do seem to be pretty low at this time, as it does appear like a lot of this activity is really starting to wind down for the night, which is of course good news. We already had a lot of active weather, as we mentioned, with the derecho that moved across the state here earlier today, and just seeing how that played out and took a lot of the energy away from this second round of storms, which of course is good. But now we're dealing with the potential for some heavy rainfall, some gusty winds. I wouldn't be surprised if we get some winds gusting up to 30, 40 miles per hour with some of these stronger thunderstorms, and then some small hail. Not out of the question. It wouldn't be anything larger than pennies, so not significant enough that it would produce any damage. Usually when we talk about hail that could produce damage, that's severe hail that's over quarter size, so likely to stay lower than that. If we see a severe thunderstorm warning pop up, of course we'll talk about that. That would be the potential for maybe some little bit near severe type hail, but not really seeing that here at the present time. But it is still a pretty large complex of showers and storms. Again, it looks like more severe weather, and you'll notice there are some severe thunderstorm warnings there in eastern Kentucky, just around the Hazard area, just east of Lexington at this time. Those are the only severe weather alerts, at least to the south. But looking up to the north, we actually have a tornado warning. That actually just popped up here just in the last few minutes, just south at west of Cleveland. So that's really the only active weather, at least for severe weather, in the state of Ohio here at this time.
Yeah, I noticed the same thing. I'm glad you caught on to that, Aaron. We'll take a look at some of those areas of thunderstorms to the north of us. We're going to be on for a few more minutes, but just to bring you up to speed, we're tracking some disruptive thunderstorms, Laurelville down toward Chillicothe, Huntington, possibility of some small hail south of Chillicothe, some gusty winds. No severe thunderstorm warning, winds 40, maybe up to 50 miles an hour. Further off toward the north, however, we're going to expand this view just a bit. And that does bring us to what we've talked about a while ago, and that is when we're looking at the bigger picture here, clearly the attention has been and will be for the next hour or so to this cluster of thunderstorms moving to the east, toward Marietta, toward Hocking County, over toward areas around Athens perhaps. But it's hard to miss these couple thunderstorms to the north. And I'm kind of connecting some dots here. We've talked earlier, many hours ago, about the possibility of this cold front kind of acting up. And this is exactly what's happening, probably interacting with a little bit of some dynamics around the lake a little closer there with that severe thunderstorm and now that tornado warning. The chance isn't zero that a couple of these cells are looking a little interesting. So not to say with a high degree of certainty that we're looking at possibly severe weather there, but we're going to watch those for you. And if anything happens, of course, we're going to pop back on 10 TV and 10 TV Plus. But we're just kind of bringing you up to speed right now. The majority of areas along and northwest of I-71, if you're not already, you soon will be in the clear. South and east of that until that front moves on through in the next 2 hours. Then we're still going to have the chance of a few thunderstorms, but not nearly the coverage or the intensity that many of us dealt with earlier today. So again, looking at the strong thunderstorms or some disruptive storms around Ross and Pike County, parts of Pickaway County moving east, and then a few other ones kind of dotting around Delaware, around Marion, and over near Morrow County, and then further off toward the northeast. So we'll just kind of take a quick radar tour there and zoom in. We got a few more minutes here. We're just going to walk you through that, starting off toward the north. And again, this is just northwest of I-71, just north of Mount Gilead, possibly some small hail there. Also the storm around Richwood and Delaware, possibly looking at active weather there. I'm going to put a scope on that just to make sure we're not missing anything in terms of some spin in these particular storms. Can't say it's terribly concerning right now. This is kind of far away from the radar sites to our south. We're picking up on some of those radars from the north around Cleveland. Also looking around that storm. I'm going to take a second and move this map, Aaron. Just kind of move a little further off toward the south while that scope is on there. And that's looking pretty... I can't say anything real, just some green. I might be reaching here, but again, some of these thunderstorms might have a quick spin up, so we'll watch those, and we'll need to break into coverage, but at this time, there are no warnings to speak of. So we're going to be on for a couple more minutes, just kind of walking you through what to expect this evening, but overall, the threat, I still feel, doesn't go to zero, but diminishes as we go through the next 1 or 2 hours.
Yeah, and definitely something to watch. We got a question about the Chillicothe area about being concerned for tornadoes, and I don't really think it. Just looking at that storm down there, there isn't any strong rotation, so definitely some good news. And just a lot of lightning and thunder is what they're saying, and some pretty hard rain, but no hail as well. So that also some good news with that storm. But it's going to be interesting to see how these ones a little bit further north are kind of acting out, because obviously we have that tornado warning further northeast, just southwest of Cleveland. Looking at the radar, a couple of these storms are going to be interesting to watch. I know you can see the radar picture again, that's that tornado warning, but looking at these ones here, and if we switch this over to the velocity picture, it's just kind of seeing what's
we talked multiple times around some of those radar areas, or between the radars, between Cleveland, between the radar at John Glenn, and then the Wilmington radar. So making an educated guess, we're going to kind of watch those couple of storms, but the National Weather Service is doing the same thing, and it looks like at this point that there's not a need to raise any significant alarm, but some gusty storms possible. East of Marion, north of Mount Gilead to be clear, north of Delaware. Another pocket is moving east of Chillicothe right now, over toward Hocking County and Vinton County too. So just kind of keep that in mind as you're making your plan. So we appreciate you letting us into your phone, your living room, your iPad, your connected television on 10 TV Plus. We will be here for the rest of the night, breaking into coverage if need be with additional severe weather storms. Hopefully not, but hopefully you will join us tonight at 11 for a recap and talk about what's happening for the rest of this week.
Yeah, and hopefully it stays quiet and Thursday doesn't pan out to be any more stronger thunderstorms. But we'll be watching it for you.
We'll see, and we'll give you an update tonight at 11.